Welcome to Amit Thinks YouTube channel. In this video course, learn jQuery. jQuery is a JavaScript library that came out in 2006. It was created by John Resig to ease JavaScript programming. After learning the concepts of jQuery, it will be easier for a developer to work with JavaScript. If you want to learn jQuery from the beginning itself, then this course is for you. We have used the free and open source VS Code to create our web pages, to add jQuery to it, and then to run it on a web browser. All the codes and examples are provided with hands-on live running experience on a web browser. In this course, we have covered the following lessons with live running examples. Let us start with the first lesson. In this video, we will learn what is jQuery. With that, we will also learn why it is widely used and its features. Let's begin. So jQuery you can consider as a JavaScript library that introduced in the year 2006. This basically came to ease the work of JavaScript programming. So let's say you know JavaScript and you want to write less code for your work, then you can work around the jQuery library. It was developed by John Resig and it works on the theory of write less and do more. When you will start working around jQuery, the number of code, the line of code, that is the LOC, will be lesser than while working only on JavaScript. Let us see some features. So here are some features of jQuery. First, it includes the concept of selectors. So what is a selector? It is used to select an HTML element and manipulate it. So there are various types of jQuery selectors. We will see them later. These include your jQuery element selector, class selector, and ID selector. With jQuery, you can also animate any element. It also includes the concept of CSS manipulation. Let's say you need to add a class. You need to apply CSS styles. You want to remove a CSS class. You want to get or set CSS properties. All these can be achieved with jQuery. It also has Ajax methods, which will help you in developing modern applications, modern web applications. It also includes the event methods, like blur, change, click, double click, focus. So first let us understand what is an event. Events are basically users' action. For example, you are opening a web page. You pressed a button on a web page, or you loaded a page. You clicked on any of the link using the mouse or any keystroke from your keyboard. So all these comes under events. jQuery has provided some built-in event methods to ease your work. Like the jQuery click method is used to trigger an event on the click of an element. So we will work on all these methods later in the upcoming lessons. Now the concept of traversing is widely used using jQuery. So traversing basically means moving through the tree, like moving up, down. Let's say you have a bunch of elements and you want to find the ancestor element, the descendant, as well as the siblings of an element. Then you can easily work around traversing. This includes the parent-child traversing. So this is the concept of DOM, that is document object model, that defines the logical structure of an HTML document and how it is accessed and manipulated. I just told you about the parent, child, sibling traversing examples. So all these we can achieve with jQuery. With that, it is also having plugins so that the functionality of jQuery can be extended on a web page. Like you can use plugins to create a slideshow on a website, progress bars and others. With that, you can also create your own custom plugins. So guys, we saw what is jQuery, why it is widely used, what are its features and how we can easily use it. Thank you for watching the video. In this video, we will learn how to set environment for jQuery. That would mean how we can add jQuery in a web page. There are multiple ways. Let's see. So to set an environment for jQuery, you can use either the method 1 or the method 2. The method 1 would allow you to easily download and install jQuery on your local system. And under method 2, you can use the CDN. Now what is a CDN? CDN means Content Delivery Network. That means the jQuery is installed on another server. You just need to add the link in your program. That's it. This is also considered faster. So for our programs in jQuery, we will be following the second method. Now you would be wondering how to work on the second method. Okay, so here it is. For our web pages and to add jQuery to it, we'll be first installing VS Code. So VS Code is Visual Studio Code. Okay, it is an open source code editor by Microsoft. So you can use it on Windows, Linux as well as Mac OS. It supports debugging, syntax highlighting, intelligent code completion. So this will allow us to create HTML pages and add jQuery code to it. With that, we can also see the output in a web browser. Okay, so as I said, we will be installing VS Code. Then we will set the environment. Okay, and jQuery will be added in a web page. First, let us see how to install VS Code. Let's start. Go to the web browser. I am using Chrome. You can use any web browser. On Google, type Visual Studio Code and press enter. On pressing enter, the official website is visible. Click on it. That means code.visualstudio.com. It directly displayed us the download button for Windows. It automatically detected that this is a Windows system. Okay, you can click on the drop down and check that all the versions for other OS are also visible. So if you want to work on Mac or Linux, you need to just download them and install it. We'll be showing on Windows. After installing VS Code, the entire process in it works in a similar way for every operating system. So I'll be going for the following: stable version, Windows 64-bit. This works for both Windows 10 as well as Windows 11. I clicked on it. Downloading. We downloaded the VS Code setup file .exe file for Windows. Right click and open to begin the installation. Minimize. The setup started. Click I accept the agreement. Click next. Now VS Code will get installed in the following location. Okay, click next. Keep it as it is and click next again. Okay, you can select these two. You can add a desktop icon. I won't do that because to start I'll directly type VS Code and it will open. Click next. That's it. Click install. Click finish. It will directly launch since the following is by default selected. Now I'll uncheck it. So I'll show you how you can open VS Code without the desktop shortcut. Click finish. Now we need to open VS Code, go to start. Now type VS Code and it is visible here. This is what we wanted. We just installed it. Click open. Now we started VS Code for the first time. If you want to show this page whenever you'll open VS Code, keep it as it is or uncheck this. I'll uncheck this. Okay. Now click close. Click here. Explorer. Okay. Now you can go to file. Click open folder. Now let's say we will create a folder for a project on the desktop. Click new folder. Here I'll type, let's say jQuery tutorial. Now we will add all our HTML files in it. For this tutorial, I'll click here and click select folder. Now here it is. Okay. Now when you'll reach here, you can see some options: new file, new folder, refresh and collapse folders. Obviously I need to create a new file, right? Because I want a new HTML file so that I can add my jQuery code. So I'll click here, new file, or I'll directly right click here. Before that, you can go to the desktop. And here you can see this is our folder we just created using VS Code. Within this, we will add our programs. Okay. Now here is our VS Code. Okay, close this. This was our jQuery tutorial folder. Right click, click new file. Let's say I'll name it index1.html. Okay, we have created our index1.html. Within this, we will add our HTML code and we will also learn where to add jQuery and how to get it. So guys, we saw how we can install VS Code. We are done with the first step. Now we will set the environment. That is, add jQuery on a web page and understand the structure. Okay, so I told you that we'll be adding CDN for jQuery. That means a link which is already having jQuery on the web server. We will just add that link to our code. What is that link? The following is the link. Okay, this is the version, the current version of jQuery. jQuery 3.7.1 is the current version. Add this to our web page, but where to add it and how to understand the complete structure. For that, here you can see the same line is visible. I hope you know about the HTML structure. The following is the HTML structure. Add the script to your head tag and close it. You can see two script tags are visible. One will add your jQuery because this is the CDN link, as I've told before. Okay, the following CDN link for jQuery. jQuery script will come here. Close the head tag and add your HTML code in the body. That's it. We will see this in the next lesson, that how we can run our first jQuery program. Here we are seeing how to add jQuery in a web page. Now you would be wondering how to get this complete code. Let's say the version updates to 3.8, let's say. So how to exactly get this? Go to the browser. Okay, we installed. Now go here on Google, type jQuery. On typing, the official website is visible, jQuery.com. Here CDN is visible. Click on it. Now you need to remember this link. That's it. It will automatically redirect to releases.jQuery.com. Here in the current version is visible, 3.7.1, and this is the version, min version we added. I'll right click and just copy this. Now let me paste it here, for example, and you can compare this with our CDN link. It is the same. So when it will update, you can directly get the current link from here. Current version when I created this tutorial is 3.7.1. okay, so now you understood the structure of jQuery in a web page. Now let us run our first program in the next lesson and understand the syntax as well. In this lesson we will learn how to run our first program with jQuery. That means how to insert it on a web page and code it to display it on a web browser. With that we will also understand the syntax. Let's start. Okay, so in the last lesson we saw how we can insert jQuery. We added the following. Okay, this was the current version. I have also shown before that how to get this link from the official jQuery website. This is the CDN link. So now let us understand the syntax of jQuery, then we will run our first program. jQuery uses a document ready event, $sign after that the following. So why we will add this function? This is the syntax. This will prevent the code from running before the document is ready. That's why the function name is self-explanatory. You need to add this JavaScript code before the body in the head section. In the previous lecture also I have shown that you need to add this under the head section. Now let us see the first example in our VS Code. If you remember, we created index1.html under our jQuery tutorial. Where it is located? It's located on the desktop jQuery tutorial and index1.html. Now we need to add our code in this. Okay, so this is our HTML file. Okay, the HTML structure, HTML, then the head tag and then the body tag. Here we will add our HTML, and here now add the script tag so that we can insert the CDN, and after that we will add another script tag so that we can add our jQuery script. Now let me add the same CDN, the same one here, the current one. Okay, we added it. Let me increase the font also. Go to File, Preferences, Settings, type font. It's 14. Let me set it to 17. I can also change it to 20. Now this looks fine. Go to File, Save All. Okay, close this. Now we need to add our script. I have told you that we'll be using the document.ready event. Okay, so let me add this $document. Okay, dot ready. Okay, it is automatically showing function. Okay, close it like this. Document, add your jQuery code. Let's say I'll print something. You can print anything using document.write in jQuery. My first script by Amit Diwan, let's say. My name. Okay, semicolon, and that's it. So we have added a script in it. I told you we'll be adding in the head tag. Here it is. Now add your HTML. Let's say I'll add just for demo my website name Studiopedia. Now let's see how we will display this. So I was just showing an example. First go to File, Save All. Now what we will do? Go to the extensions here. Type browser. Because we want to open it in a browser. Click on the first one. This is an extension so that you can open your HTML file in the web browser. Click install. Now it will install. Okay, the following is visible. That means we successfully installed it. Click close here. Right click. Now the option will be visible, open in default browser. Okay, I can open it in the default browser. I guess my default browser is Chrome. I'll click on it. Okay, I have not set it. I'll just set it. Let's say Google Chrome always. And here it is, my first script. My first script by Amit Diwan. Okay. I'll close these. You can also see the path. Here is the path. And this was our file. Correct? And the same is visible on the web browser. If you want to open it in another browser, right click, open in other browser. Other browsers are visible. I have set the Chrome by default. So in this way guys, you can run your first jQuery program. And we saved it in the following location on the desktop. Now we will save all the other programs in the similar location. So guys, we saw how we can run our first jQuery program. We created an HTML file and inserted jQuery in it and ran it. We added the following CDN for jQuery. We also used the following syntax. And we ran the first program. Thank you for watching the video. In this lesson, we will learn what are selectors in jQuery. So as the name suggests, it is used to select an HTML element. And you can also manipulate it. So we will walk around the types of jQuery selectors also with examples. Let's start. By using the jQuery selector, you can easily select any HTML element on a web page. That means an HTML document. After selecting it, you can easily manipulate it. So the syntax of selectors, selector always begins with a dollar and parenthesis is followed. Let's say an element is having an ID, class or attribute, its name, values. You can easily select such elements or more than one element based on their ID or class using the selectors. Now let us walk around the three types of selectors. We have the jQuery element selector, dot class selector and hash ID selector. So we will understand them one by one with examples. Let us start with the element selector. The element selector is used to select the elements. You just need to mention the name of the element and that's it. Okay. You can select a p element, a div or any other element using this selector. You need to mention the name of the element as a parameter. That's it. Now let us see the example. So we have set up jQuery on VS Code. Now let me add a new HTML page, new HTML file, right click new file, name it index2.html. So now let us see the structure of the web page when we insert jQuery. I have copied this and pasted it here. Okay, so this is the structure of our web page. For our example, I'll remove this. Now let's say I want to set a button. On clicking that button, the div will hide. So we will set it using the element selector. Let me set the button first. Okay, dot click. Within this, mention your div. Okay, dot hide function to hide it. Semicolon. semicolon here as well. Now we will set our HTML. Let's say I'll set the following. For our example, I'll set div here. Within this, mention free tutorial and quizzes. Okay, you can also add a p tag here stating learning website for all. Okay, now we have our example here. Add a button also, so that on clicking that button we will hide the element. Okay, it's fine now. Now what will happen when you will run this? The following will be visible on the web page. This button, when you will click this button, the following div will hide, because we have used the element selector here and the click function. On clicking this button, the div will hide using the hide function. You can see we missed parenthesis. Looks fine now. Go to file, save all, right click, open in default browser. Our button is also visible. When I'll click this, the div will hide. This will hide. You can see we have now easily worked around the element selector. On clicking this button, the div is now hidden. In this way, guys, you can work around the element selector. Guys, we saw how we can work around the element selector. Just add the name of the element as the parenthesis. That's it. Now we will see the second type of selector, that is the ID selector. Okay, this ID and class stuff works like CSS. It will use the ID attribute to select an element, and a hash character is used for the ID selector. Here it is. The name of the ID is used preceded by hash. Okay, so the following, let's say the following is our div with an ID demo. Using the ID selector, just add hash demo, the class name is demo, hash demo, and work around it. When we will see the example, the things will be more clear. Let's see. Now let us create a new file. Right click, new file, index3 for our example. Now let us do the changes here only. I have selected it, copy and paste it. So things will be more clear now, because we are using our previous example only. Now what difference we will work around here? Let me first add a class here. So I'll add demo. Okay, sorry, ID, using the ID attribute. Now we will hide this using this button, but we have an ID attribute here, so this won't work now. What you need to do, you need to mention the class name. Okay, and if you remember the syntax, mention hash. That's it. Now this will work perfectly. Go to file, save all, right click, open in default browser, index3. When I'll click this, these two, that means the div should hide. It's hidden now. So in this way, guys, using the ID selector, that is the following, we have worked around jQuery on a web page. So guys, we saw how we can work around the ID selector using the ID attribute to select an element. If you are having a div with ID, you can easily access it using the ID selector. You just need to mention the hash here. That's it. Now let us see the third type of selector, that means the class selector. It will find elements with a given class. Like we did before, we added ID here using the ID attribute. This will use the class attribute. So let's say your div class is demo. Use the name of the class preceded by a period character. That means dot. That's it. Let us see an example to understand it further. Let me create a new file, index4 dot html. Okay, now let me copy this and paste this here, so things will be more clear now because we are using a previous example only. We added id here, right? Now let me add class. Now obviously this won't work because hash works with id, so I'll add dot, that means the period character. Now the same things will work, button will be clicked and this entire div will be hidden because we have used the hide function. File, save all, right click, open in default browser. Now I'll click on hide element and you can see the div is hidden. In this way guys, we can work around the class selector. Guys, we saw how we can work around the class selector. We have used the class name with preceded by the period character, that means the dot, and this was our class. So guys, we saw what is a selector, how we can work around the type of selectors. We also saw some examples. Thank you for watching the video. In this lesson, we will learn how to hide an element in jQuery. Let's say you have a web page and within that you have multiple HTML elements and you want to hide a specific element. So we can easily achieve this. Let's see how. So to hide an element on a web page, use the jQuery hide method. So what we will do, we will create a web page now for our example. Within that, we will add some heading levels as well as some text. We will specifically hide the h2 element, that means the heading 2. Let's see the example. So here is our VS Code. So we created a jQuery tutorial folder on a desktop. Now let us add a new file, HTML file. Right click, new file. Add the file name. Let's say I'll set index5. Here it is. Now we need to hide an element. So let's say I'll take this code from here. This is the basic jQuery example. Right click, paste. Okay, now let us remove this. So here we have a jQuery. We have used the CDN. Okay, and this is our example. Now let's say I'll add some more content. I've added h2 element. Now let's add something, a sample text. Okay. Now how to hide this? We will hide h2 here on clicking. So obviously we'll use the click event. Under your jQuery code, jQuery script, document.ready, mention. Since we want for h2, so I'll mention h2 heading dot click. Okay, on clicking, what will happen? It will hide using a built-in function. I'll show you. $this dot built-in function hide. That's it. This will hide a specific element. Let me close it properly, and that's it. Now when I'll run, the following will be visible, and on clicking the h2 element, it will hide. File, save all, right click, open in default browser. Here it is. Now when I'll click on this, this is the cursor. When I'll click here, hide me, it will hide. Here it is. It's hidden now. Let me refresh it again and do it again. Here you can see it is hidden now. Using the hide method, we can easily hide any element on a web page with jQuery. Thank you for watching the video. In this lesson, we will learn how to show an element with jQuery. Let's say you have a web page in which you have a hidden element and you want to display it. You can easily achieve this using jQuery. Let's see. So to display an HTML element on a web page, use the show method. It is a built-in function provided by jQuery. We will also see an example. Let's say we are having multiple elements on our web page and one of them is hidden. We will display it using the jQuery show method. Let's see the example. Here we have our VS Code. Okay, we created the following folder for our examples. Let me add a new file for this lesson. Right click new file. Name it. I am naming it index6.html. Okay, let me add a sample code from here. Right click, copy. Right click, paste it here. Okay, so we have added jQuery using the following jQuery CDN and we will add the jQuery code here. Let me remove this. Okay, before that let me add some HTML elements. So we already have the h1 heading. Let me add the p tag. So this is the element we will show and we will hide also so that we can show it again. Here let me add h2 headings. So these are the elements on which we will click and hide this. Okay, we will click this heading 2 to hide this and we will click the show text heading to display it again. Okay, let's see how. Let me set a class for this. For example, let's hide me and a class for this as well so that we can use it for our jQuery code. Okay, here it is. Now let me use dot hide me because we have a class here. We have seen this in selectors. This is the class selector. Dot hide me. Dot click, that means on clicking the hide me, that is the following h2 heading, what will happen? The p tag will hide. $p dot hide using the hide function. Let me close this and copy this for our show function. So what will come here for show? The following show text, that means class show me. On clicking show me, the p will display. So to show an element with jQuery, use the show method. Add a semicolon also. Okay, it is still showing an error because we have used the syntax incorrectly. Mention function. Okay, this looks fine now, no error. I'll go to file, save all. Now what will happen when I'll click here, hide me, the following text will hide. When I'll click on the show text, the following will be visible. So I'll just right click and open in default browser. Now here you can see our heading h2 for hide text and show text. When I'll click on hide text, this will hide this. Okay, let me do it. I am clicking on hide text and it is hidden now. How to display it again? Click on show text, the second one, and it's visible. I'll do it again, hide text, show text. So in this way guys, we can show a text in jQuery using the show method. we have hidden and we have shown the p tag. You can apply it on any element. Thank you for watching the video. In this lesson, we will learn how we can easily toggle an element on a web page with jQuery. So let's say you want to create a button and want to set the toggle feature on it. That means when you will click on it, another element will hide, but when you will click on it again, it will toggle and the same element will appear again. Let's see how. So to toggle an element, jQuery has provided a built-in method toggle. So in this example, we won't be clicking a button to toggle. We will click, let's say, a p element, a paragraph element. On clicking that specific paragraph element, another element will hide, then it will show. That means the toggle feature. Let's see the example to understand the concept. Here we have our VS Code. We created the following folder in it for our jQuery tutorial. Okay, so for this, let us add a new HTML file. Right click, new file, index7.html. Okay, now here it is. Let me add a sample code. This was our sample code. Okay, let me remove this. So I'll explain it quickly. This is our jQuery. This is how we added jQuery. This is the jQuery CDN link. And here we will add our jQuery script. Before that, let me add the HTML elements here. We have our H1 heading. Let's say I'll add H2 heading. On clicking this text, we will perform the toggle operation. And the following text will be displayed and hide. Okay. Within this, we will now add our jQuery script. What we want to click the H2 and perform the toggle. So we will use the click event on H2. For that, simply mention the same syntax, dollar, use the dollar. Within that, which element we want to work on, H2 dot click. So on clicking H2, what will happen? Okay. Now dollar $P, because we want to toggle the following text. So $P dot toggle, the predefined function, that's it. Now you can see there are no errors. When I'll click here, the toggle feature will appear and it will perform on the following paragraph. File, save all. Right click, open in default browser. Here it is. Now I'll click on the toggle text. If you remember, on clicking H2 heading, this is the H2, the toggle will perform on the following text. So when I'll click here, the following will hide. Here it is hidden. Now I'll click here again and it will be visible. We'll do it again quickly. Clicked on it, hidden. Clicked on it again, it's visible. So this is how we can perform the toggle feature using the toggle function. So we performed the toggle operation using the toggle method. Thank you for watching the video. In this lesson, we will learn how to fade an element with jQuery on a web page. Let's say you have some elements on your web page and you want to fade in a specific element, then you can use jQuery. We will see how to fade in and fade out elements on a web page. With that, we will also see the toggle effect. Let's start. So guys, we will see how to fade an element. Okay, fading an element means changing the opacity for a specific element. The fading effect means from hidden to visible. Okay, so we will see it. For that, we'll be using the built-in jQuery methods. Here it is. To fade in, we will use the fade in method. To fade out, we will use the fade out method. And to display the toggle effect, we will use the fade toggle method. Okay, fade in means changing the opacity from hidden to visible. Fade out means the opposite, that is from visible to hidden. And toggle means switching between them. Let's see the first method, the fade in method. So we will fade in an element using the jQuery fade in method. I told you before that with fade in, the opacity for an element will change from hidden to visible. That is the fading effect. So in the example, we'll be applying the fade in method on a div element. Let's see the example. So here we have our VS Code. We have created the following folder for our project on the desktop, and here are all the files. For this example, let me create a new HTML file. Right click here, new file. I'll mention index8.html. Okay, here it is. Now let me take the basic code from here, copy, paste. So here we have added jQuery using the jQuery CDN, and this is the syntax. Let me remove this. Okay, here is our HTML element. We have added a sample h1 heading. So we will see how to fade an element using the fade in method. Now let us do one thing. I'll add let's say some more HTML elements. Let's say we will be creating 4 divs. Okay, so now we will also set a button. We will apply the fading effect on the click of this button. Will display invisible elements. Okay, as I said, we'll be creating 4 divs. Let's create. Okay, div 1. Let me add ID for it. Let's say I'll be adding for demo div 1. Now we want 4. So what I'll do, I'll just paste it. Div 2, div 3, div 4. Okay, now since we have set up the ID, we need to add the styles also. Before that, let us see the jQuery stuff. So on the click of this button, the following button, what will happen? The click event will call and we will fade all 3 divs individually. Let us set the code for it. $button. Okay. On the click of this dot click function. Now I add the code. I told you we'll be applying it on all the divs. So dot fade in semicolon, copy this, control C for the 4 divs. Now mention hash div 1 for the following div. The following, I have used hash because it is having an ID attribute. That's why hash div 1. Hash div 2 for the second div. Hash div 3 for the third div. And hash div 4 for the fourth div. Now we will add the fade in effect. I'll correct this. The default would be for 400 milliseconds. Okay, so I'll keep it as it is. After that, we will add the slow effect using the slow parameter of the fade in method. Let's say I want to set 2000 milliseconds for the third div and fast for the last. That's it. Now let us set the styles that would come here before the closing head tag. Style, that means the CSS stuff for a divs. So let me set it here. Let's say I'll set for div. So we are setting display none for all the divs. Now set for div 1 different background color. Set for others also. I'll just copy paste. Div 2, div 3, div 4. We are just adding different background colors. Green, blue and orange. That's it. Now we have our code here. Okay, on the click of the button, all the divs will fade in. This will be for 400 millisecond because it is the default. This will be slow, the following for 2000 milliseconds, and this will be for fast. Okay, here it is. Now let us save it. File, save all. Now I'll run index 8. Right click, open in default browser. Four divs will fade in below on the click of a button. So this button we will click and we will display the invisible element. All the four divs were invisible because we have set display none. Here it is. You can see by default one by one it is visible. I'll refresh it again. Let me click here again. And herein all the four divs are visible. We have set the fade in effect. So guys, we saw how we can set the fade in effect using the fade in method. Now let us see the second method, fade out method, in which we will fade out a visible element. That means the opposite effect of fade in, from visible to hidden. We will apply the fade out on the div element. Let's see the example. So let us create a new file. Right click, new file, index9.html. Okay, here it is. Now let us take the previous code only. Here it is. Copy, paste. So we were having four divs. These were the four divs with different ID attributes and a button. So what this button will do, this will fade out and hide visible elements. Four visible divs will fade out below on the click of a button. Okay. And what about the following styles? I would remove display none because we are displaying it and fading it out later. So all the divs will now be visible. Rest keep as it is, the background color stuff. Instead of fade in, obviously on the click of a button, I'll set fade out. Fade out for all the four divs. This will fade out after 400 milliseconds. This will slowly fade out using the slow parameter. 2000 millisecond and fast. Fade out and hide visible elements. Now let us run it. File, save all. Right click, open in default browser. Now you can see four visible divs. It will fade out when I'll click here. Now I'll click on the button. You can see one by one it faded. I'll refresh again. Let me click on the button again and it will fade out one by one. So guys, in this way we can easily work around the fade out method. Now let us see the next example. So guys, we saw how to work around the fade in and fade out methods. Now let us work around the fade toggle. Fade toggle means you can set both fade and fade out effects using the fade toggle method. We will work around this on the click of a single button. That means the toggle effect. Let us see the example. So here was our fade out example. I'll create a new file. Right click, new file, index 10.html. Okay, now let us take the following code. Copy, paste. Okay, so this was for our fade out effect. Okay, now let us set the toggle here. First, let me change this. For divs will show and hide. On button toggle, let's say fade in / fade out, and show hide visible and show hide elements. Rest keep as it is, and a div was having the following: 4 different colors and 100 px width and height for all the divs. We will do the changes here. So on the click of the following button, the fade in and fade out effect will be visible. So obviously we won't use the fade out or fade in method. We'll be using the fade toggle method. Okay, it's visible on its own. Do the same for others. What will happen? This will toggle for 400 milliseconds because it is an empty parameter. We haven't added any parameter for the fade toggle method. For the second, it would go around slow. For the third, only for 2000 milliseconds, and the last one would be fast. And all these things will happen on the click of a button. File, save all, right click, open in default browser. So here it is, our divs are visible. Now I'll click on it again and it is visible. I'll click again, it will vanish. I'll click the same button, it will appear again. So we have set the same using the fade toggle method. So guys, we saw how we can easily fade an element using these 3 methods. The fade in will set the effect from hidden to visible. The fade out will set the effect from visible to hidden. And the toggle would allow us to set the toggle effect. Thank you for watching the video. In this lesson, we will learn how to set a sliding effect on an HTML element. jQuery is having some built-in methods to achieve this. Let us first understand what is a sliding effect and then we will see the methods with examples. Let's start. So sliding effect means increasing or decreasing the height of an element with the click of a button. Okay, so jQuery is having the following 3 built-in methods to achieve this. To slide down an HTML element, use the slide down method. For sliding up, use the slide up. And to provide the toggle effect, that means both the up and down effect on the click of a single button one by one, use the slide toggle method. Now we will see all these methods one by one and with their examples. Let us start with the slide down method. So for the slide down method, what we will do, we will slide down an HTML element. Okay, for that use the slide down method. We will be creating a div element and we will show the slide down effect on it. Let us see the example. So here we have our VS Code. We have created the following folder on the desktop for all our examples. For this lesson, let us create a new file. Right click, new file. Set the name. Let's say I'll set index11.html. Here it is. Now let us go to this and take the code from here so that we can add some more code. Right click, paste. Here it is, index 11. Okay, let me close others. Okay, index 11. So we have added jQuery using the jQuery CDN. Here it is. And our jQuery script will go inside this. Okay, no problem. At first we will set the div. I'll go here and I'll set, let's say, first the p tag so that we can mention. Click the below div to slide down. Okay. And now I'll set a div slide down by clicking here. And another div. This is a demo text. Okay. Let me set the ID using the ID attribute. Okay. Now let us style the div. So we will set the style here. Okay. First for both the divs, we will set the padding here with that the background color border for the div. Let me set the padding for both the divs. Let's say 15px. I'll align the text to the center using the text align property. Okay. Now the font size, you can change it accordingly. Background color, let's say I'll set orange, and the border. So this will get applied to both the divs because we have set both of them here. Okay, now for the first div, for the second div, that means my div. This will be visible when the following will be clicked. That means my div will be visible when the slide div will be clicked. Okay. Since this will be visible, this will be part of the slide down effect. I'll set display none here. That means by default it will be invisible. And let me set the font size also. When I'll run it, the things will be more clear. Okay, now let us set the jQuery script. On the click of what? I told you on the click of the following. Okay, so mention slide. It was having ID, so I'll mention hash slide. On the click of slide, what will happen? There will be a slide down effect on the my div. So my div dot slide down method. I told you we'll be using this method for the slide down effect. And within the parameter, you need to mention the number of seconds or it will be fast or slow as a parameter. So I'll set fast. That's it, complete, no error. File, save all. right click, open in default browser. So I'll click here and it will slide down. Just wait. Okay, it is not working because we forgot this. We forgot this hash div. Okay, file, save all. Right click, open in default browser. And the last thing, we forgot a comma here. That's it. File, save all. Right click, open in default browser. Here it is. When I'll click on this div, there will be a slide down effect. Here it is. This is the demo text. Okay, so what we did, we clicked on, I told you we clicked on this, and after clicking, the following was visible. So this is how we can set the slide down effect using the slide down method. Now let us see the next method. Now guys, we will see how to work around the slide up method. This will do the opposite. That means this will slide up an HTML element and we'll be using the slide up method. We'll be showing the same div and we will perform the slide up effect on it. Let's see the example. Let us create a new file. Right click, new file, index 12.html. Here it is. Now let me take the code from here, copy, right click, paste. Okay, so what we did, we performed the slide down effect. Now we will do the opposite. So let me change this slide up by clicking here. Okay, rest keep as it is. Now what we will do, we will keep the styles as it is, but obviously I hope now you know that for my div we will remove this because we are performing the opposite effect. Okay, so we want this to be visible so that when we will click here on the slide stuff, the below one will slide up. So I'll just remove this, rest keep as it is. And for the slide effect, now we have our slide up. Okay, and rest keep as it is. You can also change this to slow, okay, or the milliseconds, but what I'll do, I'll just keep it fast. Okay, so on clicking this, my div will slide up. On clicking this, my div will slide up. File, save all, right click, open in default browser. Okay, by default it is visible because we removed the display none. Now when I'll click here, it will slide up. This is a demo text div will slide up. Here it is. Okay, so we have shown the slide up effect using the slide up method. Now let us see the last method in which we will toggle. So guys, now we will toggle both the slide up and down effect using the slide toggle method. Toggle means to switch between up and down effects on the click of a single button one by one. If your elements are sliding down, you can slide up them using the slide up method. And if the elements are sliding up right now, you can slide down them using the slide down method. Both the slide up and down effect. Let's see the example to understand the concept. So guys, let us create a new file. Right click, new file, index 13.html. Here it is. Let us take this code, right click, copy, right click, paste. Now we are setting the slide toggle. Click the below div to slide up and slide down. That means toggle effect. Okay, slide up slash down by clicking here. Okay, we will click here and this will perform the slide up and slide down. For our style, we will keep the CSS styles as it is, no changes required. But here we will change it. On clicking the slide div, we will slide toggle. That means slide toggle. Obviously, I told you before, you can change the parameter to slow or let's say 1 second for 1000 millisecond, but let's say I'll keep it fast. Now on clicking the following div, the below one will toggle. Okay. Go to file, save all. Right click, open in default browser. Now here is the effect. I'll click here and it will slide up. Now I'll click here again, it will slide down, slide up, slide down. So this is how we achieved the slide toggle effect using the slide toggle method. So guys, we saw how we can easily slide an element using the slide down, slide up and slide toggle methods. Thank you for watching the video. In this lesson, we will learn how to create animations on a web page using jQuery. So you can use the animate method to create animations. With that, we will also see some examples to understand the concept. Let's start. So we will perform animations using the jQuery animate method. Also, to move an element, we'll be using the position property. For understanding the concept, what we will do, we will see two examples. In the first example, what we will do, we will animate a div with animate method and we will just move it to the right using the left property. To just give a simple example. Okay, but what about setting multiple properties while animating? Let's say you want to animate a div and you want to show that the font size decreased after animation, the height width also decreased. So for that, we will see the second example. In this, we will use the same animate method, but we will also use multiple properties within the animate method to change the height of the div, width as well as the font size. So guys, let us start with the first example. So guys, first we will see how to animate a div. We will use the same animate method. We will animate a div element and move it to the right. To move it, we will use the left property and set its value. This will allow us to animate the div on the right. Let us see the example. So here we have our VS Code. We created the following project folder on the desktop and these are our files. Let me create a new file for this project. Right click, new file, index14.html. Now let us take the sample code from here. Okay, I'll just copy and paste. So we added jQuery using the jQuery CDN and this is our jQuery code and the following elements under the body tag. So we have only a single element right now. Let me add a button so that animation can be performed on the click of this button. Animate. Okay. Let me add a text. Okay, so when we will click this button, the following div will animate. This box will get animated. So we added the sample text also. Now comes the part for our jQuery. Okay, so I told you we will perform on the click of a button. So we will set the click event for the button. that means dollar button dot click function so we wanted to animate div, therefore div dot animate. Okay, and within this we will set the property. I told you we will move it to the right, so left, let me set it to 300 px. Okay, this looks fine like this, the syntax. Okay, we did the flaw here, this should be dollar. That's it. We have set it now, but we need to also style the div. For that, under the head we'll be setting the style element and we will style a div. Let me begin with the position. Let's say I'll set it to absolute. This will position our div. This will be our background color. Also set the border. We have set 2px solid style for blue border, blue color, and here comes the height and width for our div. You can set any height or width. Error because we missed a colon. Let me set the color to white. This is the text color and the text is aligned to the center. Font size is set to 25px. So this is our font for the div. That's it, nothing else. The animation will be performed using this. Okay. File, save all. Right click. Open in default browser. Okay, here it is. Now when I'll click on animate, this box will animate on the right because we have set the left property. Here it is. Okay. Let's say I'll refresh it. Again, I'll click on animate and it will move to the right by 300px because we have set the left property under the animate method. Okay, I'll just change this, correct this typo. Above button to animate the below box. Right click, open. Okay, we can close this. I'll animate again and it's fine. So guys, we saw how we can animate a div using the animate method. Now let us move to the next example. Here what we will do, we will use the same animate method and animate a div. We will also update the properties. Let's say we will update multiple properties. We will change the height and width. With that we will also change the font size. Okay, when the div will get animated. For that we will set the property like we set the left property to move on the right. There itself we will set multiple properties. For font size we need to write in camel case, so we will be writing like this, unlike what we do in CSS. With that we will also update the height and width. So let us see the example. Let us create a new file. Right click, new file, index15.html for our example. Here it is. Let me copy this. Okay, so this was our previous example. We have used the left property. Okay, now what we can do, keep rest of the code as it is. We can do some changes here. Since we will set multiple properties, I'll just set multiple properties. Okay, I told you what we will do. We will change the height, width and font size. Right now we are having 300 px here. Let me change it to 200 px. And now what about the other properties? So I should display it in the following way so that it's easier for you to understand. First it was left, that means moving the div to the right by 200 px. Then comes height 100 px. It is 200 px right now. After the animation it will change to 100 px. Now comes width. This is not required, semicolon. Width, let's say 100 px again. So this is somewhat different than CSS styles. And the font size, so you can see we will set the font size like this, not like this as we have seen in our CSS. Font size, let me set it to 15 px. That's it. And in the end mention like this. That's it. It's correct. So the font size will change to 15 px from 25 px after the animation. That's it. Looks fine. No error. File, save all. Right click, open in default browser. Now you can see when I'll click animate, what will happen? The height, width and font size will change. With that it will move to the right by 200 px. You can see. Okay, I'll do it again, refresh. Let me click on it. Herein the height, width of the box as well as the font size changed. So we can achieve this by using the animate method only and by setting multiple properties here. So guys, we saw how we can easily create animations. We have set a single property first and animated a div. After that we also saw how to animate a div by setting multiple properties. Thank you for watching the video. In this lesson we will learn what is traversing. We will also see what does traversing concept means on a web page. It is related to the DOM, that is the document object model. Let's see. So generally a web page is considered as a DOM tree, that means a document object model. So if you will move from the top, move little bit down, then to the bottom of the web page, that would mean the traversing. So this is the step-by-step process, that is visiting each and every section one by one. So traversing concept also includes like ancestors, descendants and siblings. You can relate this with family tree, that includes your parent child relationship. Here you can see what is DOM. DOM defines the logical structure of documents, that means the web page, and it also defines that how a document is accessed and manipulated. This is actually a W3C standard, that means the World Wide Web Consortium standard. Now we will see a figure to understand the concept. Here it is. Let's say this is a web page, this complete. We have multiple elements in it. So how this traversing concept can be understood? I've shown the same here also. The div is the parent. So the ancestor, the parent is the div. Let's say the parent is having two childs, UL tag and OL tag, that means the unordered list and the ordered list. Further, the UL tag can also have childs. Similarly, a parent can have a child. That child can also have childs further. This is the child of div, and UL is also having two childs. The left li tag, that means the list item tag, is having two further childs. It's written the spam is a child of the left li. Okay, so we have this UL, left child of UL, and this is the right child of UL. Similarly, OL is also having left child and right child. Okay, the strong is the child of the left li, this one, and this is the child of the right li. Okay, so Obviously this will be called a parent and this will be a child. Li is the child of ul. Here Li is the child of ol. Similarly, ul and ol, since they are child of the div, they are siblings. So I have explained the same concept here. Now we will see some examples so that we can find the ancestor of an element, a descendant of an element, or siblings. jQuery has provided some awesome built-in methods to ease your work. We will see all these examples in the next lecture. Thank you for watching the video. In this lesson, we will learn how to find the ancestors of an element. We will see the built-in methods provided by jQuery for this with examples. Let's start and first understand what is an ancestor. So an ancestor on a web page is basically a parent, grandparent, or great grandparent of an element. Okay, it means moving up. That means, let's say the following is an example. Okay, we are showing it through a figure. This is the ancestor div. Div is having two childs, ul and ol. Okay, when we will move up, the ancestor of ul is div, the ancestor of ol is div. Okay, in that way ancestors means moving up. Okay, in this we have shown that div is having ul and ol as the child. Further, ul is having two childs and ol is also having two childs. Also, the left li is having two child span, and the li is having one strong element each, that is child. So let us see what all built-in methods are provided by jQuery for finding an ancestor on a web page. Here it is. So ancestor basically means traversing up in the DOM tree, I just told you. And the following methods are supported by jQuery: parent, parents, and parents until. The parent method will return the direct parent element. Parents will return all the ancestor elements, and the parents until will return the ancestors between two elements. We will understand them one by one. Let us start with the parent method. So the parent method will return the direct parent of the selected element. Okay, so we will see the same figure example and run a code so that we can return the direct parent of the span element. Let's see. So we are using VS Code here. We have created the following folder on the desktop for this tutorial. So for this lesson, let us create a new HTML file. Right click here, new file, mention the name. Let's say I'll mention index16.html. Here it is. Now let me take the sample code from here, copy, paste. Okay, so we have edit jQuery using the jQuery CDN. Here it is. Okay, so here our jQuery code will come. Let us add the HTML stuff here under the body tag. So we have created our container. Now we will work like this. Okay, here it is. We will create them one by one. Let's see. Add a div. Within that, add child. Okay. And the second child. And this. Now this is our div. Let's say I'll mention this. Great grandparent. Within that, I'll mention ul tag, grandparent, and then comes the parent li tag. Okay, and this is our child. Let's say I'll add two span elements. Okay, and for the next li, let me just mention li here. Okay, let me also style this, our parent div. I'll just use the style attribute. Okay, now that's it. We have closed it here. What we did, we just followed the following example. Okay, div, then ul, then two li elements, and the left li will have two span elements. Now we'll find the ancestor. We need to set the code here now, jQuery code, that's it. We can also set the universal selector for the parent using the style. Using the style here before the closing of head tag. Okay, now add your CSS styles. So I'll just mention dot ancestors for the following and a star so that it's a universal selector. Let me set display block. Now the border 2px solid style and let's say blue color. Font size, using the font size font hyphen size property. Padding, okay, 10px and margin also. That's it. Display block means it will display the elements as a block element. We will return the direct parent of the span element. So mention span. Okay, I told you which method we will use, dot parent for the direct parent element. Okay, dot CSS, let us style the result also so that it's clearly visible. Background, let's say I'll set sky blue. Then for the next property, use comma. I'll also set the color. Color means text color. I have set blue. Also set the border so that it's easily visible. Solid red, okay. And then close this. That's it. Now we will go to file, save all. Right click and open in default browser. Now here it is guys, we have displayed the direct parent of the span, that means the li. So we followed this ul, so the direct parent of span was li. So we have displayed it using the parent method. So guys, we saw how we can return the direct parent element using the parent method. We return the direct parent of the span element. Now let us see the next example. In the next example, we'll be using the parents method. What this method will do, it will return all the ancestor elements of the selected element. In the previous example, we only returned the direct element. Now parents method will return all the ancestor elements. So what we will do, we will take the same example and we will return the ancestors of the span element. Let us see the example. So this was our previous example. I'll create a new file. Right click, new file. I'll copy this, paste. So here what we did, we created a container, within that a div, and div was having ul child. Ul was further having two li elements and li was having further child's two span elements. We followed this approach just for our example. Now what we will find all the ancestors of the span element using the parents method. Okay. We also styled the div using the following. We have set the elements as block elements. Star is for universal, and we use the parent method to get the direct parent of the selected element, that means the span, in the previous example. In this example we will use the parents method. Now this will return all the ancestors of the span element, and the result it will display with the background sky blue, color blue, because we have set the CSS property. The result will be visible using this property so that we can see the difference. Okay, that's it. Go to file, save all. What we can do here, we can change this to black, and we can also set it to 3px. Also the color we can change so the difference is clearly visible, black. Here what we can do, we can remove this background, and that's it. Now all the ancestors of the span element will be visible with red border. Okay, we can also change the font size. Let's say I'll set it to 24px so that it's easily visible, and let me set the property like this. Okay, this looks fine now. Now the result will be visible as text color blue, font size 24px, and border the following red. Now let us run it. Right click, open in default browser. Here you can see for the following span we are having the following ancestors, all these ancestors like this. For this span we told you ancestors means moving up, that means li, ul and div are its ancestors, and the same is visible here, li, ul and div. Okay, we have used the parents method. Guys, we saw how to use the parents method to get all the ancestor elements. Now let us see the next method. Under the parents until method, we can easily return the ancestors between two elements. So what we will do in the example, we will return the ancestor between span and div elements. Let's see the example. Okay, here what we will do, between this span and div we will return the ancestor elements. Okay, let's see. We will create a new file, right click, new file, index18, name it index18.html. Now let us take the same code, right click, copy, and I'll paste it here. Now what we need to do, we need to find the ancestors between two elements using the parents until method. So we were having this ancestor container here. Within that we have this div. Div is having a child ul. Ul is further having two li elements, and the left li is having two span elements. So we will find the ancestors between span and div. So the output should be ul and li, right? Let's see. First I'll change it to parents until. Okay, and then I'll just mention div in the bracket. Now what will happen, whatever ancestors it will return, it will have blue color, font size 24, and border will be red. Rest we have kept as it is. We styled our ancestor div using the following. Okay, that means it goes for all the childs because we have set the universal selector star. Okay, we did a mistake. Parents until. Okay, now it's fine. You need to save it. Always remember. File, save all. Right click, open in default browser. Okay, so I told you between span and div, the ancestors are ul and li, and the same is visible with 24px font, blue color text. We have used the parents until method, and between span and div, we use the parents until to get the ancestors between these two elements. So guys, we saw how we can work around traversing to find ancestors. We worked around the following three methods: parent, parents, and parents until. Thank you for watching the video. In this lesson, we will learn how to find descendants of an element. Okay, first we will understand what is a descendant and its role on a web page, that means in DOM under document object model, which I explained in the previous lectures, how it works in a DOM tree. With that, we will also see some built-in methods provided by jQuery to find the descendants. Let's start. So first, what is a descendant? Consider it as a child, grandchild, or great grandchild of an element. So I'll again show this example. That is the figure. We saw that the div was having two childs, ul and ol. ul was further having two childs, li, and the left li was having two childs, span. If we talk about span, let's say span is the descendant of the div element. Strong is the descendant of the div element. That means moving down, you find a descendant. Moving up, we saw the ancestors before, and moving down is now descendant. Okay, so the same figure is explained here. So under DOM, that means the web structure, the structure of the document. This traversing concept can be understood. It includes the ancestor, descendant, and siblings. Ancestor means moving up, descendant means moving down, and siblings means side by side. That means both these li are siblings. Okay, so let us see an example of descendant. So jQuery provided two built-in methods for it. So here are the methods for traversing, that is to find the descendants. Okay, these are the two methods, built-in methods. The first one will return the direct children, and it is called the children method. The next one will return all the descendant elements of the selected element. Now we will see both these examples. Let us start with the first one, children. So in the first method, that is children, what we will do, we will return the children of the selected element. Okay, so I told you before, for descendants, we move down, we traverse down. In our example, what we will do, we will return the children of the element ul. That means traversing down. That would be the descendant of the element ul. Let's see the example. Here we have our VS Code. We have created a folder here on the desktop, and all our files are here. For this lesson, let us create a new file. Right click, new file, index19.html. That's it. What we will do now, we will find the descendant of the element ul. That means li would be the answer. Okay, and descendant, I told you, it means moving down. That means the descendant of ul is li. That is the children of li using the children method. Okay, let me take this, right click, copy and paste it here. This is our sample for jQuery. We added jQuery using the jQuery CDN, and here we add our jQuery code. First, let us add the HTML. Okay, Let me add a div. We will style this later. Within that, mention another div. This will be our great grandparent, let's say. Within that, we'll be having UL tag. This UL will have li, and it will again have another li here. That's it. You can also set span in this. Let's say 2 span elements. Okay, that's it. Now what we are doing here, we are just following this. Div is having UL is having 2 LIs, and the left li is having 2 span elements. This is what we are doing. Okay, let me first let's say style it. Okay, width would be, let's say 600 px, and I'll mention it here. This is the div. That means the parent, or you can say great grandparent. Okay, this is our UL now. UL, let's say, now comes grandparent. Li is our parent. Span, here it is. Now we have clearly mentioned everything. Let us now style the descendants. For styling, I hope you know, just above the closing head, mention style element. Now let us style the descendant. What does that mean? The descendant class of the div, or parent div, dot descendant. And I'll also add a star here for the universal selector. Now let me set it as block so that it is visible as a block level element, so that the elements can be visible as block elements. Let me set the border also, dashed. Text color, let's say black. Font size, using the font size property, let's say 20. And padding and margin also, so that all the traversing concepts are easily visible for us. Now comes the main part, our jQuery code. So I told you what I'll be finding. I'll find the return the children of the selected element. So our selected element, that means return the children of the UL element. That means the descendant. Since we are working on the UL element, so I'll mention UL here. That's it. Now the children method. Now you would be wondering what we can add later. We will style the result. For that, use the CSS method. The child of the UL element will be visible with the following styles. So let's say I'll add color here, blue, font size 24 px, okay, add this here, and you can also change the border. Let's say for that, use the same border property and set, let's say 4 px, solid red, and close this. Okay, so what will happen? The child of UL will be visible as color blue, font size 24, and border red, 4 px solid. That's it. Go to file, save all, right click and open in default browser. Now here you can check. I told you we'll be finding the direct child of the UL element, the children of the UL element. That means li. Okay, and it is bordered like this with red. The font is 24 px and the color is blue. Text color is blue. So guys, we used the children method. Now comes the find method. In this we will return the descendant elements of the selected element. Using the find method we will return the descendant elements of the selected element. That means you want to return all li elements that are descendants of div, you can easily return it. So we will see the same example. It will return all the way down to the last descendant. Okay, this is the benefit of the find method. Let us see the example. Here let me create a new file. Right click, new file, index20.html. Okay, take the same code, right click, copy, right click, paste. Now what we will do, keep the rest as it is. Okay, and here what I'll do, I'll mention div because we are finding all li elements that are descendants of div. So here we will mention find method, and the parameter of find will have li because we are returning all li elements that are descendants of div. That means all li elements that are descendant of div. So both these. Okay, rest keep as it is, and the CSS style are the same. The result will be visible like font size 24, color blue, and border 4px, solid red. Go to file, save all, right click, open in default browser. Now here it is. I told you I should mention this also. Okay, li. Now it's fine. Go to file, save all, right click, open in default browser, and here it is. All li elements that are descendant of div are visible here with the border red, text color blue, and font size 24px. So in this way guys, we can work around the find method to return the descendant elements of the selected element. Guys, we saw some methods for traversing. We saw how to find the descendant elements using the children method as well as the find method. Thank you for watching the video. In this lesson, we will learn how to find the siblings of an element. We will understand this according to jQuery traversing. With that, we will also see some built-in methods provided by jQuery to find the siblings. Let's start. Okay, so first let us understand what is a sibling. Let's say we are taking the same figure. The div was having UL and OL as childs. UL was further having LI as childs, 2 LI. Left LI was having 2 span elements. So siblings are the following, LI and LI. Also both the span are siblings because they have the same parent. Here let's say we were having 2 childs, I told you. So UL and OL are siblings because they have the same parent, div. Okay. Sibling can be understood by the term sideways, obviously side. UL and OL, LI and LI, and span. So both these span elements are siblings. Now let us see the built-in methods. The following methods are provided for traversing to find the siblings. So under the DOM tree, the sibling concept suggests traversing sideways. I told you before. These 7 methods are provided. Siblings method will allow you to return the siblings of the selected element. Next will allow returning the next sibling. Next all will return all the next siblings. Next until will return all the next siblings between 2 elements. And the opposite of 2, 3 and 4 elements are 5, 6 and 7. That means previous siblings using the prev method. All the previous siblings of the selected element using the prev all. and use the prev until to return all the previous siblings between two elements. Now we will understand them one by one. We will start with the siblings method. As the name suggests, the siblings method is used to return the siblings of the selected elements. So we will now work around the siblings method. Let's see. So here we have our VS Code. We have created the following folder for our examples. Let me add a new example for this project. Right click, new file. I'll name it index21.html. Okay. Now let me add a sample code from here. Right click, copy. Right click, paste. So I have used jQuery CDN and I'll add the jQuery code here. Before that, let me add the HTML stuff here. Okay, let's say we will add a sample div here, the parent. I'll give a class name, div class is equal to siblings. Within this, I'll mention a div. Let me also style this div. Style is equal to width 600 px, let's say. And you can consider this is our parent div. Let me add some elements here. So here I've added h1, then comes the p, then h2, and let me add an ordered list. Within that I'll mention li elements, and that's it. So OL is having two childs. Div is having the following elements h1p, h2 and ol. Now comes the styling part. We will also style our div here, siblings. For that, before the head tag will close, mention the style method. Okay, now let us style it. Dot siblings. I'll also mention the star, the universal selector. Display block, so the elements, all elements are visible as block elements. Border. Color. Blue, let's say. Border, I'll mention green. Font size 20 px, let's say. Padding 10 px and margin 10 px. That's it. Now guys comes the jQuery part. Now what we want to find the siblings of the, I'll fix this, siblings of the p element here. Okay, so just mention $p dot, we will use the siblings method, and within this we will use the CSS method to style. So the result will be visible according to this style. That means the siblings of the p element will be visible with color blue, font size 24 px, border solid and in red color. Okay, close it, add a semicolon. That's it. Now the siblings of p will be visible like this. Now let me mention OL here. File, save all, right click, open in default browser. Okay, now you can see the siblings of P are visible, H1, H2 and OL. So guys, we found out the siblings using the siblings method. Now the next example, using the next method, we will find the next sibling of the selected element. We will see the same example and find the next sibling of the P element. Okay, let me create a new file. Right click, new file, index22.html. Okay, take the same code, copy, right click, paste. Now we need to find the next sibling of the selected element. So I'll just mention next here. We want it for P, so rest keep as it is. Okay. Now the next sibling of P will be visible with the following styles. File, save all, right click, open in default browser, index22.html. So the next sibling of P was H2, therefore the border you can see it's solid red. That means the next sibling of the P element is visible with the following styles. You can see the solid red border. That means the following H2. Okay. We found out this using the next method. So guys, in the next example, we will use the next all method to find all the next siblings of the selected element. We will see the same example and find all the next siblings of the P element. Let us see the example. Create a new file, right click, new file, index23.html. Take the same code, right click, copy, right click, paste. Okay, now find all the next siblings of the selected element. That means for P, just mention next all. That's it. File, save all. Now what will happen? For P, all the next siblings are H2 and OL. So the same will be visible. Right click, open in default browser. You can check on your own. H2 and OL, the borders are solid red and 4px. That means we have selected all the next siblings of the P element. Here it is. All the next siblings of the P element, H2 and OL. Now we will use the next until method to return all the next siblings between two elements. So for our example, we will find all the next siblings between H1 and OL. So let's see the example. Let us create a new file, right click, new file, index24.html. Let me copy the same code, right click, copy, right click, paste. Here firstly what I'll do, I need to find the next siblings between H1 and OL. First I'll mention H1, then next until, and after that under the parameter mention OL, because we need to find all the next siblings between H1 and OL. That means between H1 and OL. So the output should be P and H2. That means P and H2 will be styled like this. Save it. Okay, right click, open in default browser, index24.html. I told you between H1 and OL we have P and H2 as our siblings. That's why the same styles are visible, solid 4px and red in color. Now let us see the next example. Now guys, we will use the prev method to get the previous sibling of the selected element. For the next, we use the next element. Similarly, for the previous sibling, use the prev method. In this example, let us find the previous sibling of the p element. Let me create a new file, right click, new file, index25.html. Let me take the next code from here. That was the following, index22. Right click, copy, and here it is, right click, paste. In this, what we did, we found out the next sibling. Okay. Now we want the previous sibling of the p element. So just mention prev here and rest keep as it is. All the previous siblings will be visible with the following styles. Okay, so the previous sibling of p was h1. Okay. So file, save all, right click, open in default browser. Here it is, the previous sibling of p was h1, therefore it is highlighted like this with the solid red 4px border, because we have set it here, the CSS style for the previous sibling of the p element. Now let us see the next example. In the next example, we will return all the previous siblings of the selected element using the preval method. Now in this example, we will find all the previous siblings of the h2 element. Let's see the example. Let me create a new file, right click, new file, index26.html. So let me take this code, right click, copy, right click, paste. You need to return all the previous siblings of the selected element. So in this case, our selected element is h2 and here preval. All the previous siblings of h2 are h1 and p, and the same output should be visible with the following styles, especially the border to recognize. File, save all, right click and open index26 in default browser. Here it is. I told you that the previous siblings of h2 was p and h1 and the same are visible with the styles. That means we did it correctly. We found the previous siblings correctly using the preval method. Let us see the next example. In the next example, what we will do, we will return all the previous siblings between two elements. Okay, so we will use the prev until method for it. Let us see the example and find all the previous siblings between h1 and ol. Let me create a new file, right click, new file, index27.html. Take the code from here, right click, copy, right click, paste. Okay, what we need to find? We need to find the previous siblings between two elements. That means, let's say I'll set ol here, between ol and h1 we will find the previous siblings ol, then mention prev until method, and the parameter of the prev until should be your second element, that means h1 here. Rest keep as it is. And now between ol and h1 all the siblings will be visible. That means P and H2 should be styled as the following. Let's see. File, save all, right click, open in default browser. Here it is. Between OL and H1, the siblings are visible. That means P and H2 are styled like this, solid. Border red and 4px because we used the prev until method. So guys, we saw how to work with the following methods for traversing. We worked on these 7 methods and saw some examples to find the siblings, the previous and next siblings. Thank you for watching the video. In this lesson, we will learn how to get the content from a web page using jQuery. So if you want to get the text of a selected element, or if you want to get the content from the form fields on a web page, you can use some built-in methods provided by jQuery. Let's see them with examples. So you can easily get the content from a web page. For that, you can use the built-in methods provided by jQuery, such as text, HTML, and val. So in this lesson, we will see the following 2 examples so that we can understand how we can get the text of the selected element and how we can get the content from the form fields. So let's start. Let's begin with the first example in which we will get the text of the selected element. Okay, for that we will use the text and HTML methods. So let's see an example wherein we will get the text of the selected element. In this case, that would be the P element, the paragraph element. Okay, let's see. So here we are using VS Code. Here we have created a folder on the desktop for all the files. That is, this is our project folder. Let me create a new file. Right click, new file. I am naming it index28.html. Here it is. Now let us write our code. Let me take the code from here. Right click, copy, paste it here. Here it is. We are using jQuery CDN. Here we will add our jQuery code. First, let us add the HTML part. We have added the bold text, the strong text for the following, demo text, and the emphasis tag for the following. Click the below button to get the text content or the HTML content of the above line and close this. Now let us create 2 buttons. One to get the text and the second one to get the HTML part. Let me also set an ID for this. Rest keep as it is. And here let me style the following P tag also with the button also. For that, mention style tag. just above the closing head. Now I'll style it. I'll add hash demo because the ID attribute. Let me set the background color, the text color white, and the font size. And the button also. Let's say the background color red, text color white. Font size 30px, and let me align to the center. Also set the padding 15px. Okay, now that's it. We have set the styles. Now comes the main part, the jQuery code. On clicking the first button, we will get the text part, and on clicking the second button, we will get the HTML part. So let's see. Dollar. Okay, dot click. I told you on the click of a button, so therefore the click event. Okay, and here we will set hash btn1. Okay, so we will set the following for the first button ID. ID is equal to btn1. Okay, and do the same for copy and paste for the second button. So the second button will have the ID btn2. That's it. Within this we will add our, we will use the text method here and the HTML method here. Okay, dollar hash demo dot text, and let's say I'll set it under an alert to get the result. And the same goes for the following. I'll fix this. This will get the text and this will get the HTML for the hash demo, that means for the following ID. Okay. Okay, that's it. Add the semicolon also. Okay, here you can see we missed the following. Now it looks fine. File, save all, right click. To run it, click on open in default browser. Now when I'll click on the text button, the following text will be visible on an alert. Click on it. Here it is. Click OK. And when I'll click the HTML button, the following text will be visible, but all the HTML elements applied on it will also be visible. Click on the HTML button. Here it is. The complete HTML part is also visible. Okay. Click OK. That means under the HTML part, the complete line was visible with the tags also. Okay, here we did a flaw or typo above line. Okay, this looks fine. Right click, open in default browser. Here it is. Now it is fine. So guys, by using the HTML and the text part, we can easily display the content. Now let us see the next example. In the next example, we will get the content from the form fields using the val method. This is the built-in method provided by jQuery. So we will create a form and we'll get the content from there itself. Let's see the example. Okay, I'll create a new file, right click, new file. I'll name it index29.html. Okay, now let us get the code from here only. Right click, copy, and right click, paste. Okay, now let us create a form first. Okay, I'll just create some employee records. Employee name, and now comes the input. Input type is equal to text. Okay, also add the id. Id is equal to let's say ename. This will be required later, and value, let's say Amit Diwan, and close it. Now I'll copy this and paste it here and here also. Okay, now create the record for employee department. Okay, keep rest as it is. Obviously we need to change the id part and the value part. Last would be employee zone. Change this e zone and zone, let's say north. Okay, it's fine. Also we will create 3 buttons to get the content one by one. So here we have button 1. I'll copy this. This will be button 3, and let me name it get the employee name, get the employee department, and the employee zone. This is final. Now we have created 3 input text type. Add this in a form. That's it. Now comes the part 2, style our button. For that, to style it, we already styled it here before in the previous example. I'll remove the following. We don't require it. Rest keep as it is. We have set the background color, the text color, font size, text align, as well as the padding. Now comes the jQuery part for all these 3 buttons. Okay, on the click of each button we will display the content. Okay, let me remove this to make things clear. First, let us go for the first button. On clicking the first button, we have set it using first the ID. btn was the ID for our first button, get the employee name, and this was the click event. On clicking, what will happen? Under alert, the value part of the content of the ename, that is the following ename, you can see the id ename will be visible. So we have set it using id attribute and hash here. Copy this, paste it here, and paste it here again for the second and third buttons. For the second button, the alert will include the following id, obviously edept, and for the third button, ezone will be included. Okay, that's it. We have completed it. We have used the val method here. Go to file, save all, right click, open in default browser. So here you can see the employee name Amit Diwan, employee department tech, and employee zone north. When I'll click on this, Amit Diwan will be visible on an alert. Click on it. Here it is, Amit Diwan. This will show the department. Here it is, tech, and the following will display zone north. So guys, using the val method, we can easily display the content from the form fields. So guys, we saw how we can get the content from a web page using the text, HTML and val methods. We saw two examples to get the text of the selected element as well as to get the content from the form fields. Thank you for watching the video. In this lesson, we will learn how to set the content on a web page. We will also see some examples. jQuery provided some built-in methods to set the content on a web page. We will also see them. Let's start. So we can easily set the text of a selected element or the content of a form on a web page using the following built-in methods provided by jQuery, that is the text, HTML and val. So in this lesson we will see how to set the text of the selected element, and we will also see how to set the content of the form fields. Let us start with the first one. So let us set the text of the selected element using the text and HTML methods. So let's say on a web page we have a p element. We will see how to set the text of this p element specifically. Let us see the example. Here we have our PyCharm ID. Okay, we created the following folder on the desktop for our codes. Let me create a new file for this lesson. Right click, new file. Add the name of the file. Let me add index30.html. Okay, here it is. Now let me add the code. Let's say I'll take the structure from here, copy, right click, paste. Here it is. We have added jQuery CDN, and here comes our jQuery code. Now let us begin with the body tag to add the HTML stuff to set the content. First, let me add a p tag. Click the below buttons to set the text and HTML. Okay. Now let us create two buttons here. Also add the ID. Okay, btn1. Okay, this will be to set the text. I'll copy and paste it. btn2 to set the HTML part. Okay, now let us style this button and p tag. The result will be visible here. We will see it later. Let us style them. Just before closing this head tag, add the style element. Style the p tag and then style the button tag. Background color black. Text color white. Font size 22px. For the button, set the background color red. Text color white. Font size align to the center and padding 15px. Okay, that's it. We have styled our p tag and the buttons. Now comes the main part, jQuery part. First we will set for button 1. Okay, this is what? This is our ID btn1. Okay, that means on the click of the following button. So for that, use the click event. On the click of the button, the paragraph, the P element will set the following text. This is a demo text, okay, using the text method. So when we will click here, this button, the following text will set. Now I'll do for the HTML part, I'll copy and paste it. This is for the second button, so btn2 dot html. Okay, I'll set some HTML stuff here. For example, em for the demo word, that is emphasis text, and the bold text for the following, that is the strong text using the strong element. This is the HTML part, will get set when the second button will be clicked. That's it. Go to file, save all, right click, open in default browser, click the below buttons to set the text and HTML. When I'll click on set the text, this will show this is the demo text. Here it is, this is the demo text. So the following is visible on clicking the first button. Now click the second button, set the HTML. Now you can see demo is set to emphasis and text is set to bold. Why? Because on clicking the second button, we have set the HTML part using the HTML method. Okay. Let us see the next example. In the next example, we will set the content of the form fields using the val method. So we will create a form. Within that, we will add 3 input fields and we will set the content to all of them. For that, we will use the val method. Let us see the example. So let us now create a new file. Right click, new file. I'll name it index1.html. Okay. Let me copy this code. Copy, paste. Now we will create 3 form fields. For that, I'll first remove this and also this. Okay, now I'll set the fields, form fields. The first one would be employee name. Now use input type is equal to text, ID is equal to ename, value is equal to. So what we did here, we have set the employee name font field, and then the ID we have set is ename, and value we have set empty. Why? Because we will set them using the val method. Okay, I'll copy and paste it here. Second field, department, same text, and ID set, let's say EDPT. Value is empty. Last is zone. I'll set the ID as ezone. Value I'll keep empty. Okay, this is the button. We will set the employee name on clicking the first button. I have copy pasted them, btn2 and btn3. On clicking button 2, set the employee, department, and here employee zone. That's it. The HTML part is complete. For the style part, remove this. It is not required now. Button, we have set the background color font size. for the 3 buttons. Okay, text alignment also and padding also. Now comes the jQuery part. I'll remove this, let's say. So for the first button, that means on clicking the first button, btn1, this one, what will happen? Employee name will be set. So we will use the ID part, ename. Let us do it. I'll set ename here. On clicking button 1, we will set the text using the val method. Okay, and we will set what for ename. Let's say I'll set my own name, Amit Diwan, semicolon. Now let us set for employee department and employee zone. That means ID EDPT and ID E zone for the department and zone respectively. I'll copy paste them. Button 2, button 3 for the department EDPT and the department, let's say I'll set tech. Button 3 E zone and I'll set north here. Okay, that's it. We have set the jQuery part also. We will click them one by one. Go to file, save all, right click, open in default browser. Here it is. When I'll click on the employee name will be visible. When I'll click on the employee department, the department will be visible here. The content will set, and for the employee zone, here it will be visible. Let us click on it. Here it is. I clicked on it. We have set the employee name. Now the employee department, here it is, and then the employee zone. Here it is. Okay. So in this way, guys, we can use the val method to set the content of the form fields. Guys, we saw how we can set the content on a web page with jQuery, use the text, HTML and val methods. We worked on the following examples to set the text as well as to set the content of the form fields. Thank you for watching the video. In this lesson, we will learn how to add new elements to a web page. With that, we will see some built-in methods provided by jQuery for this. We will also see some examples. Let's start. So to add elements to a web page, jQuery provided the following built-in methods: append, after, prepend and before. If you want to add the content at the end, use the append method. If you want to add the content after the selected element, use the after method. If you want to add the content before the selected element, that is the start of the selected element, then use the prepend method. And the last one, if you want to add the content before the selected element, then use the before method. We will see them one by one. Let us start with the append method. So if you want to add the content at the end of the selected element, that means to append. In layman language, use the jQuery append method. We will see an example wherein a text will get appended to the H1 element, that means heading 1, level 1 heading. Let us see the example. Here we are using VS Code. We have created the following folder on the desktop for all our examples. Let us create a new HTML file. Right click here, click new file. I'll name it index32.html. Here it is. Let us copy code structure from here. Okay, this one. Then we will write our code, copy, paste. Here you can see we have used jQuery CDN, and here comes our jQuery code. let us add the HTML part. Under the body tag, we will add a p tag. We will append a word in the above heading. Click the below button to append. Okay, so we will also add a button using the button element. Also add an ID to it. Let's say BTN. And set the append button. On clicking this button, we will append. Okay, so obviously we need to set the click event for this. So we will set in our jQuery code. Here we have set the click event. We will set the click event for obviously button ID, that means hash BTN. So on clicking this button, what will happen? We will append using the append method. Okay, I told you we will append. I have written here. We will append a word in the above heading. So it's simple. H1 because we want to append after the H1 heading. Dot append method. Okay, now you can set your heading. Any word, let's say I'll mention website. We will set the HTML part also. This will set an emphasis text. It's fine. We have appended a text website with em tag. That means it will be visible in italic form. File, save all. Now I'll right click, click open in default browser. It's visible. When I'll click on the append button, a word will get appended here after Studiopedia. Click on it. Here it is. We have appended. It is emphasis text because we have set em tag here. Okay, and we have used the append method. Let us see the next example. In the next example, we will add the content after the selected element using the after method. So what we will do, we will see an example and we will set the content after the h2 element this time. So let's see the example. Let us create a new file. Right click, new file. I'll name it index33.html. Okay, here it is. Now let us take the code from the previous example. Right click, copy. Right click, paste. Now we will add the content after the selected element and the after method will be used. No problem. Let us add some headings. Okay, we have set the heading. Now I'll set it again h2 and here I'll set h3 level 3 heading. That's it. Now we have our p tag also. Okay, we will set this. Click the below button to add the content after the h2 heading. Okay, after this heading. Let's see. Button, we have set the same button, ID BTN. We have used the ID attribute and let me set add content after h2. Okay, so this will be visible on our button. We are done with the HTML part. Now comes the jQuery part. On the click of this button, therefore the ID attribute is used here. That means hash BTN, the same ID. And on clicking this, we have set the click event also. On clicking this, what will happen? The content will be added after the selected element. So I have set after here, and we want after the H2 heading. So this is fine now. What you want to set after H2? Let me set let's say a p tag with the text demo text. Okay, this will get added after the selected element. That means after H2. Let us run the code. File, save all, right click, open in default browser. Here it is. When I'll click here, the content will get added after H2. That means after here, p tag will get added with the text demo text. You can see after all the H2 tags, we have added the text demo text because we have set after H2. That means after this H2, first H2 demo text will get added here, and after this second H2 demo text will get added here because we have set the p tag. So in this way, we can use the after method to add the content after the selected element. Let us see the next example. Now we will see the prepend method. As the name suggests, it will add the content at the start of the selected element. In append, we added at the end. Therefore, for prepend, the content will get added in the beginning. So we will see an example and prepend the text to the H1 element. So let us see the example. Here on VS Code, let us add a new file. Right click here on the Explorer, click new file, add the file name. Let's say I'll add index34.html. Okay, here it is. Click on here. I'll just copy this code. Right click, copy, and right click, paste here. Okay, so now we are using the prepend method. Let us set the HTML code under body. Okay, let me remove all these. It's not required now. I'll add a p tag. We will prepend a word in the above heading. Okay. Click the below button to prepend. That's it. We have set it. Button we have here with the ID btn, and we have the button element. Just mention prepend here. So our button is ready. Now on the click of this button, we have used the click event for this. So after clicking this button, what will happen? We will prepend text to the H1 element. So we will add H1 and the prepend method will be used. Within this, we can add any text. Let's say I'll set the same text. I'll just prepend and I'll mention an em tag, that is emphasis text, and our demo text will be visible before our H1 heading. Okay, so we will prepend a text under our H1 heading. Our H1 heading is Studiopedia right now. Okay, so let me append my website here. So after clicking the button, my website Studiopedia will be visible here because we are prepending a text to our H1 heading. We are prepending a word. Let us run. File, save all, right click, open in default browser. We are prepending a word, so we are prepending a word under our H1 heading, which is already visible as Studiopedia. So a text, my website, will be prepended before Studiopedia here. When I'll click on this button, click on the button, You can see my website is visible here now, Studiopedia. It is in emphasis text because we have set the EM element here. Okay, so we prepended this using the prepend method. Let us see the next example. In the next example, we will use the before method to add the content before the selected element. Okay, so we will see an example and add a content before the h2 element this time. So let us see the example. Now let us create a new file on our VS Code. Right click here, new file. I'll name it index31.html. Here it is. Okay, now let me take the code from here. I'll copy and paste it here. Now we have our code. First, let us set the body element so that we can add the content before the selected element. H1 I'll keep as it is. Let me add H2 heading. I'll mention demo heading 2 because it's level 2 heading. Let me add it again and again. I'll set H3 heading here. Okay, and for the text we will add the following. P tag only. Click the below button to add content before the H2 heading. Button, keep it as it is. We have created the button using the button element, and we have also set an ID using the ID attribute. The ID is btn. Let me change the content of the button. Add content before H2 element. Okay, now when we will click here, what will happen? Click event will be used and the button will get clicked. After clicking this button, this will occur. So I'll change it. We want to add the content before the H2 element. So at first I'll mention H2 dot before method to add the content before, and the following content we will add before the H2 element. So I'll mention P here. Let's say I'll select I'll set demo text. So this complete element will get added before the H2 headings. That means here and here, because before H2 is the following after H1, and before H2 here is after this H2. Let us run it to understand. Go to file, save all, right click, open in default browser. So now when I'll click on the following, add content before H2 element, a new text will get added. That means demo text before the demo2 heading. Click on it. You can see just above the demo heading we have added demo text, and here also demo text. Okay. So guys, we worked around the before method to add the content before the selected element. That means before the H2 element in this case. We saw how to add element to a web page. We worked on the following methods: append, after, prepend and before. And we also saw 4 live running examples. Thank you for watching the video. In this lesson, we will learn how to remove elements from a web page with jQuery. So jQuery provided some built-in methods to achieve this. We will see them and also run some examples. Let's start. So if you want to remove elements from a web page, use the following 2 methods provided by jQuery. The remove method will remove the selected element and also its child elements. The empty element will also achieve the same, but it won't take the element out of the document object model. That means the element won't get removed. It will remain under the structure of the web page. Let us see the first example, remove. So under the remove method, we will remove the selected element and its child elements. So under our example, we will remove the p element using the remove method. Let us see the example. So here we are using the VS Code. We have created the following folder on the desktop for the files. Let us create a new file. Right click here, click new file. Name the new file. I'll name it index36.html. Okay. Now let us take the structure of the code from here. Right click, copy. This shows how we add jQuery. Right click, paste. This shows that we added jQuery using jQuery CDN. And this is our jQuery code. Okay. Let us add the body elements. That means the HTML elements. After that, we will add the jQuery script. So let us add. Let's say we have a H1 heading on the web page and some text. Another text. So we will remove both these lines after clicking the following button. So add the button using the button element. I'll also add a text on the button. Remove. I am using the ID attribute with the ID name btn. Okay, so when we will click on this button, both these p elements will vanish. For that, we'll be using the click event. Let's now switch over to the jQuery script, jQuery code. Okay, on clicking. So we have set the click event. Okay, on clicking what? On clicking the button. So hash btn. We have used the ID selector here because we have used the ID attribute, ID name btn, and it is used here. On clicking the button, the p element will remove. So obviously we will use remove method and we want to remove the p element. That's it. Add a semicolon. On clicking this button, p will remove. The following p elements will remove. Okay, we forgot the dollar. Okay, we have set it. Now we can also style the p element here, the following two, so that we can understand the concept in a better way. Just before closing the head tag, create the style element and we will style the p tag. Height, width also, border, background blue, and text color white. That's it. File, save all. After clicking the button, the p element will remove. That means after clicking this button, both these p elements will remove. Okay, right click, open in default browser. Okay, this line will remove and this line will also remove. Click on remove. We have removed them. Using the remove method, we have removed the p element on clicking this button. Let us see the next example. In the next example, we will use the empty method. We will show the same example and will also show the difference between remove and empty methods. This will remove the child elements and the content. it will take the element out of the DOM, that means the document object model, that means the structure of the web page. It will take the element out, but it won't remove the element. We will show what does that mean. Okay, now we will see an example and remove the content of the p element, but the p element won't get removed. Let us see the example. This is our VS Code. Let me create a new file. Right click, new file, index37.html. Okay, let me take the previous code, copy, right click, paste. Okay, first set the body. We will keep the h1 heading, and for h2 we can mention only the line because the element won't get deleted. Let me mention only the line. Okay, that's it. Rest keep as it is. Button to remove only the line. Okay, rest keep as it is. The following was our button, and we will click on this button, and using the click event, the following. On clicking, what will happen? The p will be used with the empty method so that we can remove the content but not the element itself. Also, we have styled the p element using this. So when we will click on the button, the text will vanish, the following text of the p element, but the p element will still remain. So the following styles will be visible. That means we can see the background blue there. That would automatically mean that the p element still remains. Okay, go to file, save all, right click, open in default browser. So now I'll click on remove, and you can see what will happen. On clicking remove, the content of the p element removed, but the p element still stays there. The background and border are still visible. Okay, we achieved this using the empty method. In the previous method, remove method, we saw that the content as well as the element both got removed. Okay, so guys, we saw how we can remove an element from a web page. We saw the following two methods, remove and empty, and we also saw two examples. With that, we also understood the difference between remove and empty method. The first one will remove the element completely with the content, and the second one will only remove the content, not the element. Thank you for watching the video. In this lesson, we will learn how to add a CSS class to the selected element with jQuery. So on a web page, if you want to add a single class or multiple classes to an element, you can easily achieve this with jQuery. Let us understand the concept with some examples. So to add a class to the selected element on a web page, use the built-in method add class. Using the same method, easily add a single class to the selected element. You can also add multiple classes. With that, you can also add a single class to different elements. And with that, we will also see how to add multiple classes to different elements on a web page. We will see these examples that would cover the complete concept of add class method, that is to add a CSS class. Let us start with the first example, single class. So to add a single class, we will use the add class method on a web page. The add class is a built-in method provided by jQuery. We will add a single class, let's say demo here. Let us now see the example. Here we have our VS Code. So we have created a jQuery tutorial folder here for all our files. For this lesson, let us create a new file. Right click, click new file. I'll name it index38.html. Okay, so let us add the structure first so that we can write the program after that. Copy, right click, paste here. Okay, this is the jQuery CDN we are using to add the jQuery code in our web page, and this is our jQuery code. Before moving towards the jQuery stuff, let us first add the HTML part under the body tag, and then we will see how to add a single class. So let's say our h1 heading is the following. I'll add some more stuff. Okay, here I'll add heading 2. That means h2 tag, another p tag. This is another demo text. Okay, now we will add the button. On clicking this button, we will add a single class. I'll show you which class. Okay, so now what I'll do, the class I need to add, I'll first add it under the style tags. That means just before the closing head. Create the style element. Here you can add the CSS styles. So let's say we will add the following demo class. That would include a new background color, that is blue background color. Text color would be white. So this is the concept. We will use the add class method to add this class to any element. Okay, we will add it to the heading element, head 1. Let's see. First we will set for the button. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just mention the button, because on clicking this button, that means the click event, we will add a new class. Okay, on clicking this button. So dot add class method, and the class we need to add is the following demo. So add demo here, that's it. On which element you want to add the class, mention it here. I want to add on the h1 heading. So when you will click this button, what will happen? Our h1 tag will include the following CSS class, because we have used the add class method here. Okay, and our h1 would have a background color blue and the text color white. Let's run it. File, save all, right click, open in default browser. Okay, add a single class. When I'll click on this button, the following h1 heading will include the new demo class, and the background will be blue and the text color will be white, as shown here. This class will get added under h1 using the add class. Okay, I'll click here, and you can see background is blue and the text color is white, because we have set the add class method on h1. Let us see the next example. In the next example, we will add multiple classes. To the same h1 heading, we will add multiple classes using the same add class method. So we have set the demo class before. Now we will also create another class example, and we will set both of them for the h1 method. Let us see the example. Let us create a new file. Right click, new file. I'll name it index39.html. Okay, since we are referring the previous code, you can go to the previous code from here, or you can go from the hierarchy and click on the previous code. Right click, copy, and right click, paste. So what we did in the previous example, we have set a single class demo using the add class method. This was our demo. Now we can also set another class to the same element h1. How? Just mention the class here. Let's say I'll mention dot example and I'll style it. Now I'll add a border. Okay, so two classes. Just to show an example. Okay, now demo and example will get added to our h1 heading. But we need to set it here also, right? And we have the same add class method. So just use the spacebar and mention the second class. If you had multiple classes, you could have mentioned other classes here like this, let's say. But right now we have two classes. So I've mentioned it here. I'll explain again. Okay. On clicking the button, this button, we should also change add multiple classes. Okay. On clicking this multiple classes button, what will happen? Click event and our h1 heading with the two classes. Therefore, background blue, color text color white, and our border would be 4px dashed and yellow. Okay, let us run it. File, save all. Right click, open in default browser. I'll click here, add multiple classes, and this will change like we saw in the previous example. But now it will also have a border. That means second class, multiple classes. Here it is. Background blue, text color white, and border yellow. Border 4px dashed yellow. So in this way, guys, we can also add multiple classes using the same add class method. Let us see the next example. In the next example, we will add a single class to different elements. Okay. So we have seen how to add single or multiple classes to a single element before. Now we will add the same demo class to multiple elements, to h1, h2, h3, or any other element. We will use the same add class method. Let us see the example. So our VS Code is here. I'll create a new file, right click, new file, index40.html. I'll take the code from here, the previous code. Right click, copy. Right click, paste. Okay, so in this example, on button click, we used the add class method to set multiple classes to a single element h1. Now we will have a single class and we will add it to different elements. Let's say we have only the demo class here with the background color and the text color. I'll remove example from here. But we need to set to different elements. Okay, let me first change this, the button text, add a single class to different elements, and let me add another class also, heading 3 h3. Okay, now we will set a single class to different elements. These different elements, this is yet another. Okay, we have h1 heading, h2 heading, and h3 heading. Okay, then we have this button. On clicking this button, the style of all three headings will change with this single class. So we have set the button, click event also. Under add class, the demo is fine. The demo class, we are setting a single class to multiple elements. So to set multiple elements, use comma. Okay, now what will happen? For all the three heading class in our example, h1, h2 heading, h3 heading, the demo class, that means background color blue, and text color white will set, okay, for all these classes. Let us run it. File, save all, right click, open in default browser. Now I'll click here. The same styles will set for H1, H2 and H3 heading. Click the button and here it is, background blue, text white, and that's it. So we have achieved this using the add class method. We added a single class to multiple elements. That's it. Let us see the next example. In the next example, we will add multiple classes to different elements. Okay. We will now set the demo as well as the example class to different elements. Okay, let's say H1, H2 and H3. With that, the same add class method will be used. Let us see the example. Let us create a new file, right click, new file. I'll name it, let's say index41.html. Let me take the same code, right click, copy, and right click, paste. Now what we are doing, we are adding multiple classes to different elements. We have set a single class to these three elements. Okay, that means these three elements, H1, H2 and H3. Now we will add multiple classes to different elements. Okay, for that what I'll do, I'll just set dot example here and let me set border 4px dashed and yellow. Now both these classes will set for these three elements. Okay, on the click of this button using the click event. File, save all, right click, open in default browser. Now when I'll click on this, add multiple classes, it should be classes to different elements. Okay, wait. We need to also set it here. Obviously we have set the first class. We will also set the second class. Just give a space and mention the second class name. First and second class, here it is. Now we will run it. File, save all, right click, open in default browser. Here it is. Now I'll click here, add multiple classes to different elements. So we have set the background color, text color as well as the border for H1, H2 and H3 headings using the add class method. Here it is, multiple classes and multiple elements. Guys, we saw how to add a class to the selected element using the add class method. We saw 4 examples: to add a single class, to add multiple classes, to add a single class to different elements, and to add multiple classes to different elements. We saw these 4 examples. Thank you for watching the video. In this lesson, we will learn how to remove a CSS class from the selected element. We can easily achieve this using a built-in method provided by jQuery, that is remove class. In this lesson, we will understand the concept and will also see some coding examples. Let us start. So to remove a CSS class from the selected element, use the remove class method. This is a built-in method provided by jQuery. So we will first see how to remove a single class. In the second example, we will see how to remove a single class from different elements. That is from different HTML elements on a web page. So let us start. we will first see how to remove a single class. To remove a single class, we will use the remove class method. Okay, let us see an example in which we will remove a single class demo. Let's say we have a demo class wherein we have set the CSS style. We will remove that class from the selected element. Let us see the example. Here we are using VS Code. We have created the following folder jQuery tutorial on the desktop, and these are our files. Let us create a new HTML file for this lesson. Right click here, click new file, add the name of the HTML file. I'll add index42.html. So now let us see the structure of the web page when we insert jQuery. I have copied this and pasted it here. Okay, so this is the structure of our web page. We have added jQuery using jQuery CDN, and this is our jQuery code. We will add the code inside this. Okay, first let us set the HTML elements in the body tag. So here I have set the h1 heading. Okay, I'll also set a p tag just for a sample text, and also a button. So when we will click this button, the CSS class will remove a single class. Okay, let us style this. I'll set a class, let's say demo. We will style this first. To style, we will use the style element just above the closing head. Okay, mention the style element and style the demo. Class name, let's say I'll set background color to red and text color to white. Okay, that's it. Okay, so we have styled the demo class. We will remove this class only. Okay, first we will set the class. We will remove the class on the click of a button, so we will use the click event. Okay, first let us set our click event. Okay, we have set it. That's it. Here I'll set the button. Okay, obviously we will click the button, then we will remove the class. We already set the class for the h1 heading. So now let us remove it. Okay, I'll just show you. We will remove using the remove class method. Okay, here mention the selected element I told you from where we need to remove the class. So it was h1, obviously here h1. Okay, and remove class. Which class you want to remove? We want to remove the following single class. We have a single class right now, and we have mentioned the same. Okay, that's it. Now I'll go to file, save all, right click, open in default browser. Here you can see on the web page our style was background color red and text color white for the h1 heading. So we applied it successfully, but here we are removing this class. So when I'll click remove a single class, the Studiopedia will appear like the default text color, the default background color. I'll click on it. Here it is. So our h1 heading is visible without the following class because we have used the remove class method. Let us see the next example. Okay, now we will see how to remove a single class from different elements. We will use the same example, and the same remove class method will be used. In the previous example, we removed a single class demo from a single element h1. I hope you remember. Now we will remove this demo class from multiple elements, let's say h1, h2 and h3, all the three heading levels. Let us see the example to understand the concept. Let us create a new file, right click, new file, index43.html. Okay, let me take the code, the previous code. I can click here or here also, index42.html. I'll right click, copy, and right click, paste here. Okay, now what we need to do, we need to remove a single class from different elements. First we will set elements, HTML elements here. Here we were having heading 1 and this was our demo text. Let me first set the text for the button. Here we are removing a single class from different elements, and I'll just copy this and set it here, h2, h3. That's it. I'll keep the class name as same, and I told you h2 and h3. Okay, let us also change the heading text just for our example. Okay, this was heading 1, heading 2 and heading 3 with similar classes. We will remove this single class from all the three elements. And the following was our demo class, which we have used for the multiple elements, the same background red and text color white. Here we have set the button, that is on the click of this button, using the click event we will remove classes from multiple elements. So this is our button which we will click to remove the CSS classes from different elements. But here we have set only h1. To set multiple elements and remove a class from all these elements, just use comma and mention the multiple elements name. That's it. So now on the click of a button, the demo class will get removed for h1, h2 and h3. That is h1, h2 and h3. Let's see. Go to file, save all, right click, open in default browser. Here it is. We have same styles for h1, h2 and h3. If you remember, background red and text color white. When I'll click on the button, all these styles will remove. Okay, and we will have the normal settings styles for h1, h2 and h3. I'll click on it. Okay, here it is. So guys, in this way we can use the remove class method to remove a single class. Using the remove class method, we removed a single class from different elements. Okay, a single class from different elements, h1, h2 and h3. So in this video we saw how we can use the remove class method. We removed a single class, then we also saw how to remove a single class from different HTML elements. Thank you for watching the video. In this lesson we will learn how to toggle CSS class on a web page. Let's say you want to add or remove a class on the click of a single button, one by one. You can easily achieve this using a built-in method provided by jQuery, that is toggle class. This method is used to toggle adding or removing a class. Let us understand the concept with a coding example. Let's start. To toggle a CSS class, what you need to do, you need to use the toggle class method. This is a built-in method provided by jQuery. It will allow you to add or remove a class at the click of a button. So by using the same button, you can add a class or remove a class without refreshing the web page again and again. Okay, so to understand, we will set CSS properties on a web page for background color and font color, and these CSS properties will be applied for, let's say, 3 elements H1, H2 and H3. On clicking the button, we will be able to toggle the adding or removing of the class. Okay, we will click the button once and it will remove the CSS. Then we will again click the same button and that would again add the CSS classes. Let us see the example. Here we are using VS Code. We have created the following folder jQuery tutorial on the desktop. For this example, we will create a new file. That means an HTML document. Right click here, click new file, add the file name. I'll mention index44.html. Okay, here it is. Now let us first add the structure of the web page. From here, I'll copy and paste it here. Right click, paste. Okay, so we have added jQuery using jQuery CDN, and this is our JavaScript code or script. Before using the toggle class, let us first focus on the body element to add the HTML elements. Let's say the following is our heading 1 H1. I am adding a demo text. Okay, let me copy this again and add some more elements. So let's say I added heading 2 here using H2 element. This is another demo text, and heading 3 here using H3, and we have also set the paragraphs. Now use the button element to create a button. So this will be our toggle button. So I'll set add remove a class. That means toggle. Okay, so we will click this button and the toggle effect will be enabled. Now comes the jQuery part. On the click of the button, that means we will use the click event. On the click of the button, that means here we will add button. Okay, this button. Okay, on the click of this button using the click event, what will happen? We will toggle. I'll mention toggle class. Before that, here set the elements you want to toggle. You want to add or remove the class. So I'll go for H1, H1, H2 and H3. Okay, H1. So to add multiple classes, I've shown this before. Use comma H1, H2 and H3. We have added same class for all the three elements. But where is the class? Class I'll set here just before the closing tag. Mention the style element and set the demo class. So let me set the background color to blue and the text color to white, let's say, and I'll set them for H1, H2, H3 directly here. Okay, since we are working on the toggle effect, you don't need to mention them here. It will automatically add it here and it will toggle. So I'll show the toggle effect when I'll run it. We have set the toggle for H1, H2 and H3 headings. Let us now run it. Go to File, Save All, right click and open in default browser. Here it is. Currently it is the default. Nothing is set here. Okay, so when I'll click, it will add. Okay, it has added the class, the demo class. with the background blue and text color white. Okay, when I'll click here again, the classes will vanish. This is the toggle feature. I'll click again, class added. I'll click again, the class is removed. So this is the purpose of the toggle class method. Guys, we saw how to work with the toggle class method to add or remove a class at the click of a button. Thank you for watching the video. In this lesson, we will learn about the dimension methods in jQuery. Basically, dimensions are the width or height of an element. We will see some built-in methods provided by jQuery to calculate the dimensions of an element on a web page. Let's see. Basically, on a web page, we all know about margins, paddings, and borders, and we can easily set it to any element. jQuery has provided some built-in methods to calculate the dimensions of an element on a web page. Dimensions you can consider as the width or height of an element, and it also includes or excludes your padding, border, and margins. So we will see some built-in methods. So we will see the following methods provided by jQuery, and examples will also be covered. First, we will find the width and height of an element, but remember that it will automatically exclude the padding, border, and margin values. Then we will find the inner width and inner height. That would be the basic width and height, but it will also include the padding value. Then in the end, we will also find the outer width and outer height of an element. These are also width and height respectively, but it includes the padding and border values also. So let us start with the first method, width. So in jQuery, the width method is used to get or set the width of an element. Okay. But you need to remember that it will exclude the padding, border, and margin values. When we will see the example, the things will be more clear. Now we will see the example to implement the width method, and we will find the width of an element. Let's see. Here we are using VS Code. We have created a folder on the desktop for our project. Okay. So let us add a new HTML file for this lesson. Right click here, click new file, add the name index45.html. Here is our file. So I'll take the code structure from here for jQuery. Then we will write the code index45.html. Right click, paste. So here we have used jQuery CDN. Here we will add the jQuery code. Let us first set the HTML elements under the body tag. Let's say first I'll set an element. Now I'll set the div and also set a class. We will find the width of this element. Also set a button. On clicking this button, we will get the width. Okay, click the above button to get the width of the box, this box. Let us first style this button. To style it, just before the closing tag, mention the style element, right button and style it. We have set the background color and the text color, also the font size. Now we have the class demo here for the div. So let us style the div. Height, width, also the padding, margin, border, background color, text color, and the font size. Now when we will find the width, I hope you remember that it will exclude the padding, margin and border. So this is what we wanted to show. Now let us get the width. This will be our jQuery code. On the click of a button, therefore, dot click, now we will take a variable using the var keyword. We will display the width like this. So here I have set the width is equal to, now the width will be visible. For that we will use the dollar. Demo was our class name. Okay, dot demo. Dot the width method. Plus should be mentioned. Consider as we are concatenating width is equal to with the actual width. That means the code output. And also mention dollar demo dot html and set the variable in it. I'll save it, go to file, save all. Now I'll run it, right click, open in default browser. Here it is. Click the above button to get the width of the box. And the width will be visible here. Here it is, width is equal to 400. I'll check it. Here it is, width is equal to 400. It excludes the padding, margin and border. That's why only the 400 width is visible. So in this way guys, using the width method, we can get the width of an element. What this method did, it returned the content of the selected element. Okay, that means the following. So what does HTML method do? It returns the content of the selected elements. Now let us see the next example. In the next example, we will find the height of an element. Okay. For that, we will use the height method. Like we saw in the width method, this method will also exclude the padding, border and margin. Okay. Let us see the example. Let me create a new file. Right click, new file, index46.html. Okay, now let me take the previous code. Right click, copy, right click, paste. Now in this code we will get the height, that means the following height. The output should be 130 px because when we will use the height method, it will exclude the padding, margin and border. Therefore only the height will be visible. I'll do the changes here first. Get the height. Rest keep as it is for div. Class is equal to demo. We are finding the height of the following div. Okay, I'm mentioning height here. Click the up button to get the height of the box. And on clicking the button, here we have taken new variable using the var keyword, an empty variable, and here we are calculating the height using the height method. That's why we have set the demo class for div, because we are finding the height of the div. And we have used the HTML element to get the content of the selected element. I'll mention height here. Rest keep as it is. And I'll run it now. I've also styled the button. The following button, on clicking this button, we will get the height. Okay. File, save all. Right click, open in default browser. Click on this to get the height. Here it is 130. I told you the height will be the following only. We got this using the above height method, and it excluded the padding, margin and border. We now have the height. Let us see the next example. In the next example, we will find the inner width of an element. That means we will get or set the width of an element. That will also include the padding. Okay. Let's see the example. Let us create a new file here. Right click, new file. Index47.html. Let me copy the same code. Right click, copy, and right click, paste. Okay, now we are getting the inner width. First I'll do the changes here. Under my body tag, get the inner width. We will get the inner width of the following div. Okay, on clicking this button, we will get the inner width of the following div. Okay, click the above button to get the inner width of the box. That means the following div. We have also styled the button here, and here is our div class demo. The following is the height and width. The padding, margin and border is also set. So our output, that will be our inner width, will include the padding also. That means width plus padding. And here, on clicking this button, we have used the var keyword for the variable, a new variable txt. Let's say txt plus is equal to I'll mention inner width. Okay, dot demo for the following. That means the button class demo, and dot inner width. Okay, and this HTML will get the content of the selected element. Okay, so when I'll run it, I'll show you the output. File, save all, right click, open in default browser. I'll click on the inner width button. It's 430. Okay, let me calculate this. Width was 400 and padding was 15. So you need to multiply it by 2, 15 into 2. That means 400 plus 30 is 430 px, because inner width also includes the padding. So guys, in this way, using the inner width, we can get the width of an element including padding. That means inner width itself. Let us see the next example. In the next example, we will get the inner height of an element. That means we will get the height of an element that also includes the padding. So it works like the inner width method only. In that we found out the width, and here we will find the height that will include the padding using the inner height method. Let us see the example. Let us create a new file. Right click, new file, index48.html. Click here, right click, copy, right click, paste here. Okay, now we will find the inner height. First I'll change the HTML part here, inner height, and this is our demo. This is our div with the class demo. We will find the inner height of the following div. And this is the button. On clicking this button, we will find the inner height of the box. That means the following box. Now let us go above. We have the button element here, and we also have styled the demo class. Height and width is the following. So when we will see the inner height, it will add the height plus the padding, because inner height also includes the padding. Okay, now let us come to the jQuery part. On clicking the button, okay, the following button, what will happen? It will calculate the inner height. Take a variable using the var keyword. Using this variable, we will set the value in this variable, the inner height value. So let me just dot inner height. Here it is. Okay, and we are finding it for the following demo. So we will get it from here. Okay, inner height is equal to the following will be calculated using the inner height method, and HTML method is used to get the content of the selected element. Okay. Now let us run it and get the inner height. File, save all, right click, open in default browser. Click here and inner height will be displayed. Here it is 160. Now I'll show you how this was calculated. Height was 130 and padding was 15. So you need to multiply 15 by 2. 15 into 2, 30. And 130 plus 30 is equal to 160. So the output was 160. In this way, guys, we can get the inner height using the inner height method. Let us see the next example. In this example, we will get the outer width using the outer width method. This is used to get or set the width of an element, including the padding and border. Under inner width, we only included the padding. Here we will also include the border. Let us see the example. Let me create a new file. Right click, new file, index49.html. So here we have our file. We will take the previous code, right click, copy, right click, paste. So now we are finding the outer width. First I'll change here. And we will get the outer width of the following div. Okay, on clicking this button we will get the outer width. The same is written here. Click the above button to get the outer width of the box. This box, that means div. It is also having a class demo. So first, now we will style it using the style tag. That means CSS styles. We have styled the button also. And here the div is styled. We have set the height, width, padding, margin and border. So outer width will include the width, padding and border. We will see how. Here is our jQuery code. Okay, on clicking the following button, what will happen? We have used the click event where keyword is used to create a new variable, and the inner height will be calculated here. Okay, so now we will calculate the outer width using the dot outer width method. This will get the outer width for a demo, that means the div, and the HTML method will be used to get the content of the selected element. Okay, that's it. Now we have our outer width. Run it, file, save all, right click, open in default browser, index49.html, click here, and it's 434. So how it was calculated, I'll show you. 434. Okay, width was 400, padding was 15. Multiply this by 2. 15 plus 15, 30. That means 400 plus 30, 430. Border was 2px. Okay, so 2px plus 2px is equal to 4px. Therefore, 400 plus 30 plus 4 is 434. And the output is 434 for the outer width. In this way, guys, we can get the outer width using the outer width method. Let us see the next example. In the next example, we will get the outer height of an element using the outer height method. It will get the height of the element, but it will also include the padding and border. So let us see an example to use the outer height method, and we will get the outer height. Let us create a new file. Right click, new file, index50.html. Okay, let me take the code from here. Right click, copy, and right click, paste. Okay, now let us first set the HTML elements under the body tag. Here we will get the outer height. We will get the outer height of the following div, and first we need to click this button to get the outer height. Click the above button to get the outer height of the box. Which box? The following div. Div is also having a class demo, so we will style the div also using the style element. That means simple CSS styles. We have also styled the button, and here we have styled the div. Height, width, padding, margin and border. So to get the outer height, we will add the height as well as the padding and border. Okay, we will see it later. Now the jQuery code, when we will click on the button, okay, what will happen when we will click on this button? We have declared a variable using the var keyword, and we will find the outer height using the following demo. That means our div, dot outer height, the height of the div, outer height. And we have our HTML method also to get the content of the selected element. Okay, that's it. This will get the outer height. Let us run it. Go to file, save all, right click, open in default browser. I'll click on this button to get the outer height 164. How it got calculated? Our height was 130. Okay, it also includes the padding and border. Padding was 15, so multiply by 2, 15 into 2, that means 30. 130 plus 30, 160. It also includes the border, that means 2px plus 2px. Therefore 130 plus 30 plus 4 is equal to 164. Okay, this is how we calculated the outer height using the outer height method. So guys, in this lesson we saw how we can work on the dimension methods to get the width, height, width, inner height, as well as the outer width and outer height. So all these examples were used to calculate the dimensions of an element, that is the height or width. Thank you for watching the video. In this lesson we will learn how to get the CSS properties. So jQuery is having a built-in method to achieve this. So let us see this with an example. To get the CSS properties, you need to use the built-in CSS method provided by jQuery. We will see an example. First, we will set the color property for H2. So the color property is used to set the text color. We will set the text color for the level 2 heading, that means H2. After that, we will find and display this color property with its value using the CSS method. So let us see the example. We are using VS Code. We created a project folder jQuery tutorial on the desktop. For this lesson, let us create a new file. Right click here, click new file, add the HTML file name index51.html. Okay, now let us see the code structure for jQuery on a web page. I'll copy this and paste here. So this is the basic HTML page. We have used jQuery CDN to add jQuery to the page, and here is our jQuery code. Okay, let me remove this, and first let us add the HTML elements under the body tag. We have added h1 heading. We can add a demo text also. Let us add more headings. H2 I'll set. We can add any name. I'm just adding for a sample. This is another demo text for heading 2. This is also heading 2, and let us set the text also. We have set the text also. I'll also set a button. On clicking this button, we will get the CSS property. Okay, now let us set the style, which we will get later. For that, just before the closing head tag, set the style element. We will style h2. We will style the heading to h2. Okay, for that, let's say I'll set text color white and background color as orange for h2. Okay, so this will get applied here, h2 and h2. Now how to get it? So obviously we will be getting it on the click of this button. So use the click event, mention button dot click, and let's say we will display it now in an alert box. We will display the font color, that is this color, white. Okay, font color is equal to dollar. Since we want the font color of the h2 element, that is the CSS property h2, so type dot css, and within this mention the property name. So we have mentioned the property name to get its value. This is fine now, fixed. Go to file, save all, right click, click open in default browser. Okay, I'll click on this to get the property. The following property will be visible, that means the color white property will be returned. Get CSS property, click on it. Okay, here it is, the font color is visible, which we have set. It is visible in RGB format. Okay, so in this way guys, we can use the CSS method to get the CSS property. In this case we got the color property. Thank you for watching the video. In this lesson we will learn how to set CSS properties. So jQuery is having a built-in method to set CSS properties on a web page. We will also see an example. Let's start. So to set CSS properties to an element, we can use the CSS method. We will see an example in which the color property will be set for, let's say, the h2 element, the heading level 2 element. We will set the color to red for the h2 element using the CSS method. Let's see the example. Here we are using VS Code. So we have created the following folder on the desktop for our examples. For this project, let us create a new HTML web page. Right click, click new file, add the HTML file name index52.html. Okay, here it is. Now let us copy the structure. Right click, copy, right click and paste it here. Okay, so we have used the jQuery CDN, and here is our jQuery code. Let us first set the body element, the HTML elements under the body tag. Okay, we have set heading 2 here. Let us set it here also. We will also create a button. On clicking this button, the property will set. So I'll mention set CSS property. Okay, on clicking this button, what will happen? We will set the properties for h2 heading. Which property we will set? We will mention with jQuery. Since we are working on clicking the button, we will use the click event under jQuery. So set button dot click. Okay, now we will set the property. Since we need to set it on h2, so we will write like this, and just mention the CSS method. Within this, you need to mention the property as well as the value. First mention the property like this and set the value like this after comma. So this will be equivalent to color red, like we set it using CSS styles. Okay, semicolon. So we have set the H2 color to red using the color property and the obviously the CSS method. Let us now run it. First we will save file, save all, right click, open in default browser. So when I'll click here, the CSS property will set for heading 2. Here it is. We have updated the color to red because we have set the color property to red here using the CSS method. So guys, we saw how we can set a CSS property on a web page using the CSS method. Thank you for watching the video.